All right, we're getting ready to start the 2021 Allen County Dairy Goat Fair show. It's been an early morning. We'd like to welcome you all. We'd also like to welcome our judge, Skylar Campbell from Ligonier, Indiana. Skylar's been raising and showing dairy goats for 20 years. Yes, he's not 25 like it says. Graduated from Purdue in 2016. Currently one of the ag teachers at Columbia City High School and has been teaching there for 6 years. Welcome Skylar Campbell. Give him a hand and let's get ready for the show. We are starting with our goats in milk. We're starting with our Alpines. This is your class of 3-year-old milking does. This is a 2 to 3-year-old class. So we have two entries. We apologize. The show bill is a work in process. We'll try to get that updated for you as we go along. If you're
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and use this corded mic here for this first class of Alpine does. And I am going to go ahead and start with the doe here at the head of the line that for me just fits the scorecard a little bit better, especially in terms of that mammary system. For me, she's got a little bit wider rear view from the. And when you also looking at their attachment, she's a little bit higher in that escutcheon than what we're seeing on the doe standing too. This doe here at the head of the line, in terms of general appearance, she's a lot longer. In terms of that top line, a little bit more naturally level. In terms of the area of the rump, she's also wider from thorough than what we see on this doe standing here in two. Really like the general appearance on this doe standing here in two. Mammary system-wise, like I said, it was a close placing between the two, but when they're on the move, I think is where where we start seeing her weaknesses. She's not really walking on as strong a set of feet and legs as the doe that was standing ahead of her, but a really good pair to start off your guys' dairy goat show.
Congratulations. First place Alpine milking doe, 2 to 3 years old, Tate Bonin. Second place, Holly Howard. Next in is our 3 to 5 year old Alpine milking does. We should have 3 in this class.
Okay. All right, so this is our 3 and under 5-year-old Alpine class, and I'm going to start with one that probably doesn't have the most capacious mammary system in relation to the doe standing directly here, but for me, it's the most structurally correct mammary system in terms of attachments. Really strong in terms of that forwarder that blends smoothly up into her barrel, unlike the doe that we see standing here in two. Maybe we'd like to change the teeth plate on that mammary system in terms of the udder floor, but when you really start looking at her in terms of the actual animal, she's probably looking in terms of those feet and legs. She's really long, she's really stylish from that head and neck down in that front end. We start looking at this thing here in two, a little bit closer placing, I think, in my mind, in terms of a general appearance category, especially in the area of the rump. But the young lady's doe standing here in two, because of that capacious mammary system, is going to take that spot just a little bit wider in that rear udder. Wish she was a little bit stronger in terms of that rear udder attachment. Young man's doe standing here in three, really like the general appearance of your doe. She's really long, she's really level, especially in the area of the rump. Just a little bit more capacity, but being a 4-year-old second freshener, she's still got time to mature in that mammary.
Congratulations, milking doe, 3 to 5 years, exhibited by Tate Bonin. Second place, Haley King. Third place, Brady Howard. Next in is going to be our over 5-year-old milking doe Alpine, and then we'll bring our first and second place back in for our champion and reserve champion Alpines.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our over Alpine does and a stylish doe in my mind. Just really wish that we could change that mammary system just a little bit on her, just a little bit, make it a little bit more desirable in terms of that shape, make it a little bit more globular rather than elongated. But when you start looking at her, and especially in terms of her age when she walked, I know she didn't walk a whole lot in the ring today, but she's really walking on a strong set of feet and legs, especially in the area of the pasterns. And when you look at her from a side profile, really, really tall and stylish individual. Probably could have withstood some competition. Looking forward to compare her to the does in the champion lineup.
All right, your milk Alpine over 5 years, exhibited by Tate Bonin. Now we'll have our first and second place Alpine milking does back in the ring. So Sky choose our champion and reserve champion Alpine. Our Alpine Champion ribbon and trophy is donated by the John Platt family. We appreciate all of our donors, and if you or your business are interested in donating or sponsoring a trophy or banner, please feel free to call the Purdue Extension Office of Fort Wayne, and we will love to talk to you. All right, again, this is our champion, champion and reserve champion. We have 2 to 3 year olds closest to the announcer stand, 3 to 5 year olds, and our over 5 year old doe.
All right, so this is my lineup for Champion Alpine Milking Doe. All the first place animals are closest to me, second place animals in their respective classes standing directly behind them. And then when we start evaluating and comparing the 3 animals that are closest to me, I think one really comes together in my mind that excels in that general appearance category. She's really long. She's probably the longest body doe in this in the does standing closest to me. Probably not the most mature animal in here, but when we start looking at the maturity, start looking at the mammary system, the general appearance, like I said, there's one that really fits the bill the best for me, and it's the doe standing here in the middle. She is going to be my champion milking doe today. For me, she's just got the capacity in that mammary system, a little bit more desirable shapes in that mammary system. Like I said in class, I'd maybe like to change to where her teats are placed in terms of closer to the udder floor rather than to the side. But overall, when we compare the 2 does, she is going to be my champion. And then when we bring in that second place animal in that class, like I talked them, she's definitely got the capacity factor. Probably just not the most desirable in terms of her lateral attachments. So then we start looking on the opposite ends of her, and I think there's one, like I talked about her in class, that I wish she would have had a little bit more competition, but a little bit more desirable in that mammary system. Each doe is really attention in terms of that general. She's tall and elevated at the point of her withers. She keeps that slope all the way down and probably has the most desirable rump structure out of the does standing ahead of her. But then when we look at that, we do have to consider that mammary system aspect, and I am going to go ahead and stick in that same class at 3 to 5. The second place is going to be my reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Alpine is exhibited by Tate Bonin, reserve champion Alpine by Haley King. Next in, we are going to have our Le Mans. We have 2 in 3 to 5 year old class. This will also be our only class of registered La Manchas, so we will have our champion and reserve champion out of here. Later on, you will see during the show that we do have other La Manchas possibly being exhibited. What we've done is, in the show, we have registered stock, registered through ADGA, that will come in and show by breed standards. Then we have a group of unregistered or all other goats. That champion and reserve champion will still come in for the grand drive, but it's just the difference of having registered animals and non-registered animals. Okay, if you're just joining us for the Goat Show here at Allen County Fair 2021, we are now in the La Mancha portion. So these are ad-registered lunches. This is our one class. They are 3 to 5 years old. It will also be our champion and reserve in our La Manchas. They'll come back in for our grand drive for our senior milking goats. We like Huntington University for doing our live stream. You can find that on YouTube. Our sponsors for that today are Allen County Farm Bureau and International Cultural Exchange Services. Judging in the ring today is Skylar Campbell from Ligonier, Indiana. And also up front we have our top and honor achievers who are helping us hand out our ribbons. We have our honor achiever, Brenna Lake, and our top achiever, Owen Horn. We want to give them a hand. It was a great honor, and we just thank them for all their hard work.
All right, so for my only class of La Manchas, I am going to go ahead with the black and tan doe standing here at the head of the line. For me, she's just a larger bodied, larger framed individual when we compare her to the white and black doe standing directly behind her. But when you start looking at the actual scorecard in terms of appearance, I think that doe really excels in that category. She's tall, about that head and neck. She nice shoulder. For me, her name system is really what separated her, minus the fact of her silhouette when viewed from the side, just a little more capacious, a little bit more globular in that shape. Probably not as strong as the rear udder that we see in this doe standing here in two. But the young man doe standing here in two, I will commend her for that mammary system. Very capacious, very desirable, teat size and shape. Just wish she's a little bit longer, a little bit taller stature to be more competitive with that black and tan doe today.
All right, congratulations, your champion La Mancha, exhibited by Lydia Dyer. Reserve champion La Mancha by Thomas Eimrich. Remember, you will bring those back in for our grand drive. Next in is our Nigerian dwarf classes. And hold on just a minute, we're gonna switch those. Lydia, you're gonna be in next. Brady Howard has a senior yearling, so you're gonna come in. There you go. And then we will have that 2 to 3 year old in just a minute. So now we have our senior yearling milking doe. This doe is under 2 years old. This is your class.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our yearling dwarf class, and a really stylish yearling. In fact, in my opinion, really like how she's long-bodied individual. She's really long from that chine down to her rump. Wish she's a little bit more desirable in terms of that rump structure, in terms of making it a little bit more level, especially when on the move. But looking from the standstill, she's really got. She really excels in that dairy strength component, really openness of ribboning, loose, pliable skin. And then when you look at it from the profile, nothing to take away from Amory being a first freshener, but that rear leg set is really ideal. When she starts growing in that mammary system, we can really start seeing that when viewed from the side.
Congratulations, your senior yearling milking doe under 2, exhibited by Brady Howard. Next in is our single entry for our 2 to 3 year old milking doe. So Brady, you're gonna stay right here, and then we'll be choosing our champion and reserve champion Nigerian dwarf.
All right, so we have another single entry here in our Nigerian dwarf show, and a 2-year-old first freshener. Really like this doe in terms of her style. Really long-bodied individual. When you go to get your hands on her, I think when I start talking about dairy strength, like I did with the young man's in the last class, in terms of openness and riveting, loose, pliable skin, she really has that factor. For a 2-year-old first freshener, again, like in terms of that mammary, she's going to grow and develop into that mammary system. But when you do look at that mammary system, probably not as capacious as it could be today, but really desirable in terms of that shape, teat placement, and delineation of those. Really like to compare the previous individual for our champion Nigerian.
Congratulations. Your class winner for 2 to 3-year-old milking doe is Lydia Dyer. Now we're going to have both those animals come back in as Judge Campbell chooses the champion Nigerian dwarf and reserve champion. Also, jumping back, our La Mancha Champion trophy was donated by Nancy Parker in memory of Janet and Nora Burnt. Our Nigerian Dwarf Champion trophy is donated by Farm Credit of Bluffton. We thank all of our donors.
All right, so we have our 2 individuals out here for our champion Nigerian dwarf, and for me, I think there's one. I know I talked about them very similar in terms of their classes, but when we actually get to compare these 2 side by side, and then when they're standing here head to tail, I think there's one that just really excels in terms of that general appearance category. She's a little bit deeper in that rear barrel. She's a little bit wider from throw to throw. She keeps that width true to the ground. When they were walking, she's shown just a little bit more natural width between the hocks. The young lady's black doe standing here at the end of the line is going to be my champion. She's probably not as capacious as the young man's tricolor Nigerian, but very close pair. But for me, I'm just going with the general appearance category, and the young man is going to be my reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Nigerian dwarf doe exhibited by Lydia Dyer, your reserve champion Nigerian dwarf senior doe by Brady Howe. Next in is going to be our Nubian class. This is a single entry and single registered Nubian, so this is all of them.
All right, so we have a very dairy individual for our single entry Nubian and only Nubian in our registered section of the show. And like I said, a really stylish individual. One thing I would really like to clean up about here about her is in terms of her top line, especially in the area of that loin. When on the move, it's a little bit more naturally level, but when you view her from the side, she really wants to roach up in that loin. When we start looking at the mammary system for a first freshening mammary, very, very capacious, very stylish. When I start evaluating mammary systems, I really want to see them split into thirds in terms of a third behind the leg, a third hidden by the leg, and a third in front of the leg. And I think this individual really excels in that for a first freshening yearling. Really wish he would have had some competition, but very deserving of our champion Nubian today.
Next in is our single entry. It's an over 5-year-old recorded grade.
All right, so we have our single entry here in our recorded grade show, a 5 and over 6-year-old doe with multiple freshenings. And when we start looking at her, especially viewed from the side, tremendous profile. Really not a whole lot I would change about her. She's sharp and stylish in terms of that front end. She keeps that uphill stature. She's really wide from throw to throw. The only thing I'd like to change is that mammary system. And talking with the exhibitor, she is starting to dry up, so she's not going to be as capacious as she could be. Really stylish doe, really deserving of a championship today.
Congratulations, your champion grade exhibited by Caitlin. That doe will come back for our grand drive. It's gonna be our tog. Then we're gonna need your unregistered senior does up on deck.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our Toggenburg portion of our registered dairy does, and a really stylish individual, a 2-year-old first freshener. She's really long, clean in terms of that head and neck, blend smooth from that neck down in that shoulder. Would like to make her just probably a little bit longer in terms of the area of the rump and flatten that out just a little bit, especially when on the standstill, when viewed from the side. But looking at her, she's still got a lot of growth, a lot of maturity, especially with that mammary system. She's got a lot of room in between those hocks for a larger mammary system, so as she gets older and starts increasing those number of freshenings, that's really going to be a productive mammary system, well deserving of a championship here again today.
We actually have one more tog coming in. All right, back. All right. For our party guy for the Jerry goats, we need our sheepies, and we need them milked out. We have just finish the talk, and then you're unregistered.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our 3, 5 rows of 3-year-old second front, and really still. When I start talking natural across that top line, looking at her right now, she is just so level from her chine all under her rump. Especially the move I know when she really thought even more walking. That's just in my opinion. You start looking at her mammary system too for a second freshing. That's a very capacious mammary system, high and tight up in that escutcheon. When viewed from the rear, she's got a tremendous rear udder. The only thing I would like to change a little bit is probably just in terms of the teat placement. When viewed from the rear, they do like to point out just a little bit, but that's starting to be nitpicky here for a single entry. Really deserving. Looking forward to compare her for our champion talk.
All right, now we're in with our champion hog. We have the 2 to 3-year-old Evan Brubaker, and in the 3 to 5-year-old class, Gwen Brubaker. Our Toggenburg Champion Trophy is donated by the Farm Credit of Bluffton. We appreciate all of our sponsors and donors. If anybody is interested, feel free to contact the Purdue Extension Office.
All right, so when we start comparing these two for our champion Toggenburg, there's one in my mind. I think I talked about her in class. Champion is going to be my 3-year-old here standing at the end of the line. Just a very capacious mammary system when we start looking at that 2-year-old first freshener. But for me, she just fits the bill in terms of that mammary system. General, so she's walking on her 7 feet and legs than what we see on our 2-year-old. Really similar individuals. And then the young lady standing here at the head of the line is going to be my reserve Tog.
All right, go ahead and milk out those senior does. And then now we're going to have our unregistered. So you will notice that these goats look very similar to the goats that have already been in here. It's just a difference of if they are registered to the 4 or not. So first in our unregistered class, we should have 2 entries. These are milking senior yearlings under 2 years old.
All right, so this is our first class of our unregistered does, and when we start comparing types and kinds, we are going to have multiple breeds in each one of these classes. So when we start evaluating, we got to look at them in terms of the respectfulness of the breed, but also in comparison to each other. And to me, I think the young lady Sonnen here at the head of the line just excels a little bit more in terms of that mammary system, a little bit more desirable shape and structure than mammary system. When viewed from the rear, she's got a lot more she's a lot fuller in terms of that rear. She's showing a little bit more balance of the halves of that mammary system. The young man's Nubian standing directly behind him. But in terms of a general appearance category, which is the other big portion of our AGA scorecard, I think it's really close between the two when you start looking at body types and kinds. I think the young man's may excel in that in terms of general appearance, just a deeper rear barrel. He's a little bit more expansive. But then when we start looking at those two, really dairy individual in the Sonnen. So for me, the young lady Sonnen really exemplifies that over the young man's Nubian standing here in 2. Young man's Nubian standing here in 2, just which is a little bit more capacious and bring a little bit more balance to be competitive with the young lady Sonnen today.
All right, your milking senior under first place by Lucia Shannon, second place by Dylan Paul. We will need to go back in here for our champion, unregistered and reserve champion. Next, just have one entry class. This is our 3 to 5-year-old milking doe. If you are just joining us on YouTube, we want to welcome you to the 2021 Allen County Dairy Goat Show. This is the unregistered portion for senior does. These are all dairy breeds. They'll all be in milk. Our live stream is brought to us by Huntington University. We appreciate all these live streams we've had this week.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our 3 and under 5-year-old class, and a Nubian here that I really like in terms of her mammary system when viewed from the side. When viewed from the rear, I like to balance up those halves just a little bit more. One side's just a little bit larger than the other. But when we start looking at her again from the side profile, a really tall individual at the whether she blends that head and neck down in a clean front end, front shoulder assembly, and she's really keeps that width throughout when on the move. She's got a little hiccup on her one leg, which kind of throws things off a little bit when on the move, but well deserving of blue ribbon. Looking forward to compare her with the other does.
All right, your milking doe 3 to 5 years, exhibited by Haley King. Haley, you'll bring her back in just a couple minutes. Next in is going to be our milking does over 5 years. We have 2 entries. Again, you will notice that some of these goats are the same breeds that have already been exhibited. These are exhibited by age, and that is just simply due to the fact that 4-H'er, they are not registered in the 4-H'er's name, or they are not registered stock. This allows everybody to show and enjoy.
All right, so we have our age does of our unregistered and 2 Nigerian dwarfs, and I think for me, this tricolor here at the head of the line just really exemplifies that general appearance category. She's really long, level across that top line, walks on a little bit stronger set of feet and legs for a 6-year-old, and she's got a little bit more growth and maturity to her as well in relation to the 5-year-old standing directly behind her. Probably not ideal in terms of that mammary system, as she looks like she's totally dried up on the one side, but for me, this is a general appearance placing. And then when we look at the young man's 5-year-old standing here directly behind her, nothing to take away from her, just wish she's a little bit longer in terms of the area of the loin, just level her out just a little bit when on the move. And like I said, with the mammary system, a little bit more capacious than the doe standing here, really close pair for our age doe section.
All right, your milking does exhibited by Calvin Lee. Now we're going to have our first and second place class winners in as Judge Campbell chooses your champion unregistered and reserve champion unregistered does. The unregistered Senior Doe Champion Trophy is donated by Mudrack Tree Service. We thank all of our sponsor donors. So now coming in, we have our milking senior yearlings under 2, followed by our 3 to 5-year-old single entry, and then our 2 over 4-year-old does. A reminder for the Grand Drive milking doe, we only need the champion for the breed. We need to be milked out.
All right, so here we are with our champion senior unregistered does, and when we start looking at these 3 does standing close to me and comparing them to each other, I think there's one that really, in my mind, fits the bill the best in terms of matching what would be their scorecard when we start looking at points issued for general appearance, mammary system, body capacity, and dairy strength. There's one that I think that in terms of mammary is the most desirable in terms of shape, in relation to their age and the number of freshenings, really well balanced between the halves, really wide in that rear udder, really high up in that escutcheon. I think there's another doe that's out here that really exemplifies the general appearance category, to where she's really long and level across that top. She blends smooth from that head and neck, front end assembly. In terms of dairy, there's two that are really close in my mind. When you really go to get your hands on them, feel the openness of ribbing, loose, pliable skin, and obviously when you view them from the side and from the rear. And then in terms of body capacity, there's all three of these does really exemplify that in terms of deeper barrels, that maturity with their. Like I said, we start looking at the animal for who they are. Look at components. One probably edges out the other. In terms of young sound in here at the head of the line, she is going to be my champion unregistered senior, just because that mammary system is a lot more balanced and a lot more even in the halves over the remaining two does standing behind her. So the Sonnet is going to be my champion today. And then when we pull in that second place Nubian, like we talked about in class, would really like to balance up that mammary a little bit more. For me, I think it comes a little bit closer between the two does standing here at the end of the line, the Nubian standing here in the middle, and the Nigerian at the end of the line. If there's anything a little less trade amongst the two, I think there's one I'd like to clean up maybe just a little bit better than the other to make what I feel correct. And the young lady's Nubian here in the middle, she's going to be my reserve today.
All right, your unregistered senior doe and milk exhibited by Lucia Shannon and reserve champ Haley King. We're going to give Lucia a couple minutes to milk out. All right, as soon as our unregistered senior doe and milk exhibited by Lucia comes back up here milked out, we will have our grand drive for our grand champion, Dairy Goat Senior Doe. Grand champion ribbon and banner donated by Nancy Parker in memory of Nora Burnt. And reserve champ, grand champion Dairy Goat banner and ribbon by Hugh Rooser. All right, now we are going to be select grand champion, senior dough and reserve champion, senior dough and milk. So you will see the champions breed as well as in unregistered. A reminder that whoever wins grand champion and reserve grand champion, you do have the opportunity to sell a meat product, milk product in the auction. So we do to know, and we will have a card to fill out. For our champion Alpine, by our champion La Mancha, our champion Nigerian Wharf, followed by our champion Nubian, our recorded grade, our Toggenburg, finally would be our unregistered. These are senior doughs, and they have been milked out. Joining us, this is our grand our senior doughs. Also, you can like when you're finished, or if you want to milk out human-ship dough as well. It'll be at the end of the show, so you have a little bit of Your grand champion Dairy Goat Senior Doe banner is donated by Nancy Parker in memory of Nora Burnt, and the reserve grand champion banner and ribbon by Hugh Rooser.
All right, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause for bringing out, in my opinion, some excellent animals from top to bottom, and even the animals that aren't out here for the grand drive of our Senior Doe show. For me, I think there are three individuals that come to my mind that are well deserving of this Supreme Grand Champion Senior Dairy Doe. And I talked them all in class, just comparing the individuals once they have milked out, relating back to what their mammary systems looked like when they were full in milk, and then when we look at them now totally milked out, to where some of these animals have totally milked out to nothing. And when you go look at the texture of that mammary is really, really good in my mind. Like I said, there's three really, really competitive individuals to earn this honor. But when you actually start breaking it down and look at the scorecard and look at them in relation to their breed standards, and then also the does standing out here, there's one I think that really exemplifies, in my opinion, the ideal of their breed. When we start looking at them, really don't have a whole lot of age and maturity does. The oldest doe that I have is our recorded grade, and she's 6 years old with 5 freshenings. And then everybody else for the part is 3 years or younger. So start looking at these guys. Not a whole lot of pretty, but some outstanding animals. Let's go ahead and give these individuals one round of applause. And for me, I think this animal really caught my eye when she walked into the ring. She's probably not the most dairy individual out here, but she's probably one of the larger outlined individuals. This young lady's La Mancha, standing here second, is going to be my supreme dairy today. When I compare her mammary system to where she's at now, just really milked down in that pliability, that mammary system is ideal in my mind. She walks around with tremendous strength. And like I said, I'd like to take probably a little bit off of her in terms of conditioning, but with her being 3 years old, she's going to lose that in the next couple breedings. And then for reserve for me, it was a really close for the two, and the young lady's Tog standing here second to the end is going to be my reserve. The thing that did it for me for that La Mancha is probably just that front end. I would like to clean her up a little bit. But let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Congratulations to our winners.
Congratulations, your grand champion Dairy Goat Senior Doe, exhibited by Lydia Dyer, reserve grand champion by Gwen Brubaker. Congratulations. All right, and up we're going to be starting into our junior doe show. All right, as Skylar is looking at our first class of Alpines. These are intermediate doe kids. We would like to also announce our champion and reserve champion dairy goat milk production. Our champion was exhibited by Haley King, and our reserve champion by Lydia Dyer. This is our intermediate doe class. This is also our only class of Alpine junior does.
All right, so to start off our junior doe show with our Alpine breed, and to me, I think it's a really close pair between these two individuals. I am electing to go ahead and go with a little bit more growth and maturity aspect in the doe standing here at the head of the line. She's just a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder, and she's shown a little bit more natural levelness across that top line, especially on the move in the air loin than what we're seeing on the Black and Tan doe standing directly behind her. For me, for this, standing here, the head, a little bit longer in terms of her bone pattern, a little bit more natural width between the hocks within the move. She's really got a high arch in that escutcheon in terms of making room for that mammary system when she does decide to freshen. The young ladies, though, standing here in two, probably a little bit more than the young ladies. I let off this, but like I said, a really close pair. And then two over in her turn it is that strength general appearance on it. She's a little bit cleaner in that front end, especially in the area of the shoulder. When walking, she keeps that elbow held a little bit tighter to that body wall than what we see on the young lady standing here in 3. Nothing to take away from the young lady standing here in 3. Just needs to be a little bit more naturally level, a little bit more width between the hocks when on the move to compare with the other 2 does today.
Congratulations. Your class winner and your champion is exhibited by Tate Bonin, reserved by Holly Howard. 3rd place was Sophia Beaumont. Remember, our champions our champions will come back in for our grand drive. Now we have one of 2 La Mancha classes. This is your class of junior dogs.
All right, so I am going to leave these 2 the way they walked into the ring today. For me, it's a little bit more in terms of structural correctness on this black and tan doe standing here at the head of the line. When she's walking around the ring, just extremely level across that top line, keeping the natural width between the hocks when on the move. Really don't have to touch her much to show that true natural width from her pin set all the way down the ground that we have to see in this predominantly brown doe standing here in 2. When we start talking about a dairy strength component, this black and tan doe really exemplifies that as well. Really get your hands on her loose, pliable skin. Really, really nice and easy to work with. The young lady's doe standing here in 2, just wish I can lengthen her out just a little bit in terms of the area of the loin when on the move, just to make her a little bit more natural level and show a little bit more natural comfort. Let's go ahead and give those 2 a big round of applause.
Your junior doe kit, exhibited by Lydia Dyer, 2nd place by Lily Gator. Next in will be your senior yearling. It's a single entry, and then we will bring in our 1st and 2nd place junior doe kids. after the selection for our champion La Mancha and reserve champion La Mancha junior does, we do need our Nigerians and our Nubians. Nigerians, we have 2 single entry classes, so that's going to go kind of fast. And then our Nubians will need to be up here as well.
So we have a single entry here in our yearling La Mancha class, and a really stylish La Mancha, in my opinion. Would really like to lengthen her out just a little bit, especially in terms of her frame and her body capacity. If we lengthen her out just a little bit, she won't look as big in terms of the center portion of her body. But overall, really, really stylish. She's wide. She's got that high arching and that escutcheon. Got plenty of room for that potential mammary system. Looking to compare her to the younger stock for our champion La Mancha.
All right, and now for our champion and reserve champion La Mancha, we should have our first and second place for our junior doe kids and our senior yearling back in the ring.
All right, so for our champion La Mancha Junior doe, I am going to go with a doe that's showing us a little bit more true dairy strength, especially when you go get your hands on her, not as conditioned as one of the does standing in here. The young lady's black and tan at the head of the line. It's going to be my champion. For for the breed, she's shown a little bit more stroke correctness. She's just a little bit longer, a little bit more elegant than what we've seen in the dry yearling standing directly behind her. Now it does get a little closer between the two. For my reserve structural correctness, tremendous with, I am going to go with the dry yearling for my reserve, just because for me she does fit that little bit natural width between the hocks when on the move. And granted, she is a larger individual. Take away from this young doe, she's got a little bit more growth and maturity to be competitive with those two today.
Congratulations, your champion and reserve champion La Mancha, exhibited by Lydia Dyer. Next up is going to be our Nigerians. We have 2 single entry classes. First in will be our senior doe kids.
So we have a single entry here in our senior kid class, and a really stylish individual like the exhibitor and I were talking. When we evaluated her mother earlier, they are very similar in terms of their like and kind. Just this little white stripe here towards her hip that's set to, but structure-wise, they're very similar. She's dairy, she's extremely wide. She's got room for that mammary system. Really excellent little doe. Looking forward to her with the other ends.
First place, Nigerian senior doe kid exhibited by Lydia Dyer, and that one will come back in our champion junior. Next in, we have our senior yearling. We have a single entry. And then Lydia, go ahead and head down there. This is your senior yearling, dwarf.
We have another single entry here in our dry yearling class, and another stylish individual. When you view her from the side, she's really long, she's really elegant. One thing I would like to change just slightly is to keep that width, the top side of her skeleton to the ground. When she walks away from you, she really wants to funnel and taper down in the ground. But when you go and get your hands on her, she's an extremely dairy individual, well deserving of a blue ribbon. Looking forward to compare her to our last class winner.
All right. So now two single entries. Judge Campbell will choose your champion Nigerian junior doe and your reserve champion.
All right, so we have our two Nigerian dwarf juniors out here in contention for our champion junior. And when we look at these two individuals, there's two definitely different styles of Nigerians that we have out here. We have one that's a little bit taller, a little bit cleaner in terms of that head and neck. But when we start talking about the smoothness of blending, the younger doe has that from that neck down to the shoulder. And then we start looking at everything else in terms of the strength, the rest of the general category and that body capacity in terms of keeping it a little bit more natural, deeper center rib and that rear barrel. The young's black at the head, and his line is going to be my champion. For me, she fits the bill in terms of the Nigerian breed while still keeping that dairy character, and she's keeping that same consistency in terms of that size all the way throughout. And the young man's doing second is going to be my reserve. Just wish she's a little bit more natural level in terms of that top line, the area of the rump, and like we talked in class, keeping a little bit more width between the hocks when on the move, make room for the system to be competitive with that black doe.
Congratulations, your champion junior Nigerian exhibit by Lydia. You're reserved in by Brady Howard. Next in, we're going to have 3 classes of Nubians. First in is a single entry class. This is a junior doe kid.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our junior Nubian show, and a really stylish individual when viewed from the side. She's really long, she's really dairy. The only thing I'd like to change about her, because there's nothing really compared to, is shorten up those rear passers just a little bit. Move, she really wants down on those passers a little bit. Being a little bit shorter would show a little bit more strength. Looking forward to compare her with the other Nubians ahead today.
Congratulations, Carmen Miller. Next in, we have our senior kids. We have 2 entries in this class.
All right, so for our senior kids of our newbie and junior show, I'm going to go excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and go with not the tall individual in the class, but for me, probably the most structurally correct individual in the class. I went on this where she really showcases that. She really comes out of her back two a little bit cleaner, showing a little bit more stride. She fills her tracks a little bit better than what the doe standing here in two. And then when you go to get your hands on her, it's really close in terms of that dairy strength component. Both have loose, pliable skin. Both have really that openness of ribboning. But when you view them from the rear, I think the young lady's doe standing here in first shows just a little bit more wider in terms of that barrel a little bit, and she keeps that natural width all the way throughout back through her rear legs and down to her hocks. And with the young lady's black doe standing here in two, a really tall and dairy individual, but she's just a little bit stronger and her bone work a little bit wider to be a little bit more competitive with the doe standing ahead of her today.
All right, next in is our senior yearling Nubians. Remember, we'll need those first and second place animals in the ring as soon as the first and second place senior yearling class chosen.
So with our dry yearling doe class here, two individuals that are very, very similar in terms of their like and kind. For me, I think I don't know if it's from the animal perspective or from like the showing perspective, but like when they're on the move, they're very similar. When you go to get your hands on them, they're very similar. But for me, I think the black doe standing here at the head of the line, when viewed from the side, when we actually get into a showman setting, the young lady probably just has a little bit more experience in terms of setting the animal up more ideal to give me the best look possible. Between these two, so for that, the black doe standing here at the head of the line, when viewed from the side, when I look at her right now, just showing us a little bit more general appearance. She's long, she's really tall at the point of her withers. She keeps that uphill stance all the way down back in the rump. Probably a little bit more desirable rump structure than what we see on the doe standing here in two. And then when you go to get your hands on, when we start talking about dairy strength, like I said, they're very, very similar in terms of openness and ribbing, but the angulation, that rear leg set with the young lady's black doe here at the head of the line just really does it for me, because when I see an animal that does that, really starts picturing a mammary system, and for me, I think she's going to fit that mammary system a little bit better than the young man's tan doe standing here directly behind her. Nothing to take away from the young man's doe standing here. Like I said, they're really close. If I can probably neck and look at these two animals, it may change, but two very, very close. Let's go ahead and give these two a big round of applause for a competitive class.
All right, your senior yearling first place by Brubaker, second by Landon King. Now we will be having the champion Nubian junior doe and reserve champion. So we'll have our first place junior kid in the ring, followed by our first and second place senior kid, and our first and second place senior yearling. For those joining us, this is our selection for our junior doe champion Nubian. So we have 3 classes. Our first and second place from each class is coming back in. Junior does are under 2 years old, never been freshened, so they have never kidded.
All right, so for our champion Nubian junior doe, I think there's 2 individuals that just really outperform the remaining does in the class, and it may be because of age and maturity, but when we look at them, they're the most structurally correct, they're the most ready in terms of like if I wanted to invest in the Nubian breed and start taking these guys home and implement them into a program, which does would I want to go with? And I talked about them enough in their class on how close they were. My dry yearlings at the end of the line are going to be my champion and reserve champion respectively, just because when we go look at these individuals, they're the most dairy, they're the most structurally correct, they're the most ideal in terms of length of body, that front end assembly. So let's go ahead and give these 2 exhibitors a round of applause, and then the rest of the Nubian exhibitors as well.
All right, now we're into our recorded grade. This is our single entry in our intermediate doe. We'll have 3 classes.
All right, so we have a single entry here to start off our recorded grade showing a really stylish individual in terms of really body. The only thing I'd like to change about her is her front one third in terms of her head and neck. Really like to extend that neck just a little bit longer to make her a little bit more leaner, a little bit more elegant, but a really excellent individual to start off our recorded grade show. So we have another single entry here, a senior kid, Nubian breed, and a really again, stylish individual. The breed really represents it well when you start looking at its head. And its ears really human nose, long pendulum ears. And then we start looking at the general appearance. She's a really elegant individual. She's extremely daring. When you go to get your hands on her, she's good rear barrel, walks on a good set of feet and legs for a senior kid. We'd like to clean up that shoulder probably just a little bit more, but looking forward to compare the remaining does in our recorded class.
Congratulations, your senior exhibited by Haley King. Next in our yearlings, we have two entries. If you're just joining us, these are yearling junior does, recorded grade.
we have our year in our recorded and based on that one park for the recorded grade class. But when we start looking at these two and talk about these, what their grades are, being Sable representatives in the grand scheme of things, with them being Sable Sonic Crosses, I am going to go with the top appearing Sable. She's just really elegant in terms of those feet and legs. She's walking on a stronger set of rear passengers than what we're seeing on the white doe standing here in two. And when you get your hands on her, she's just a little bit more dairy. She doesn't have nearly as much cover as what the white doe standing directly behind her. And then for me, I think she just got a little bit more desirable rump structure to where she's not as long in that rump to where it goes to her tail. You see on the white doe, really like the presence of this white doe. Well, she didn't have as much condition, but with the precocious udder and that kind of factor in a little bit here. We're really two side individuals looking to compare them to two younger does for our champion recorded grade.
First place, senior yearlings exhibited by Tate Bonin, and second place as well. Next in have our first and second place class winners. One in the intermediate, one in senior kid. Those two year back.
All right, so the does closest to me are the ones that are in contention for our champion junior doe of the recorded grade breed. And I think there's two individuals, when we start comparing them to their breed, are the closest that they resemble, and start looking at that, their breed characteristics, cards, and that kind of stuff. I think there's two that are really, really close to that. Nothing to take away from the younger La Mancha doe at the head of the line. She just doesn't have the growth and the maturity that the Nubian that we see here as our senior kid, and then the dry yearling standing here at the head of the line. So when we start comparing these two, and again, you've got to really look at their breed characteristics as well, and what breed influences they have, and then coming back and compare them with each other. And with that said, I think it's a really, really close pair between the two. With the young lady, dry yearling here at the end of the line. For me, she's just a little bit more ready in terms of general appearance when viewing from the side, a little bit cleaner in that front end, blends that shoulders nicely on that body, and really to see, especially when on the standstill. And then the young lady's Nubian in type middle, she is actually reserved as well, like our talk class, a really stylish, really complements the Nubian breed. Just wish just a little bit more gritty to be a little bit more competitive with the dry yearling. Let's go ahead and give these two exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion recorded grade exhibited by Bonin, reserve champion by Haley King. Next in, we have a single entry for our Toggenburg. This will also be the only class of togs.
So we have a single entry here in our Toggenburg breeding and stylish Toggenburg. From the pro, she's really cool in terms of being long-bodied, really elegant individual. I would like to make her just a little bit stronger in that loin. That way there's not as much of a break there. But when on the move, you can hardly notice it just when she's on the standstill. And it may be because of that rump structure or just depending upon how the chips and stuff are in here today. But really, really stylish individual. Wish she would have had a little bit more competition today with the Toggenburgs. But overall, really, really deserving of a championship here today.
Your champion Toggenburg, exhibited by Gwen Brubaker. Now we're going to go into our unregistered classes, and then we will bring our champion breeds and unregistered in for our grand champion junior doe. So make sure you have those on deck. Next in we have our junior unregistered kids. We have 2 in this class. This is the jumping goat class. Seen in junior doe classes, Nigerian dwarfs. Now we will take a nap. Be ready on the outside. This goat could probably go through the bars. Give him a hand. Nice job, Brady.
All right, so to start off our junior unregistered, I told the young man with the smallest one here, if it was all based upon cuteness factor, he would definitely be first place in the class today just because of his little doe. For me, it hits at home because of the Oberhausley markings. That's what I raised when I was younger and growing up, so Oberhausleys have a special place with me, and if it was all based upon that, it definitely would work today. But for me, when we go to a true evaluation aspect, I do go with the growth and maturity of the yellow type doe standing here at the head of the line. She's just a little bit cleaner in terms of that front end, and again, that growth and maturity really helps with that because being such a young doe at a young age, it's really hard to see how her body fits in together. So with that being said, the young man here at the head will be my first place, and then the young man here will be second today.
First place exhibited by Brady Howard, and the fancy dancing goat exhibited by Calvin Lee. She is so cute. We have a single entry in the intermediate kit.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our intermediate unregistered class, and a really stylish in this class. Really like her presence in terms of that front end. She's really long and lean from that head and neck down in that front end assembly, blends smooth from that neck down in the withers. And then when we start looking across that top line, she's tremendously level in terms of that chine one area. For a new boys have a little bit steeper rump structure, but for her at this stage in age is ideal for me. And in terms of just a general the angulation that her leg set really promotes on what it could look like when recent really just a competition today. Single entry.
Intermediate exhibited by Dylan Paul. Next in is our senior kid. This is and then up on deck we need our senior yearlings.
Another single entry here, unregistered class, and again another stylish new. I really love her from the silhouette when viewed from the side. I wish she was a little bit longer in terms of that head and neck. Just a little bit help excel that smoothness of blending from that head down in that shoulder. When you go to get your hands on her, she's an extremely daring individual as well that carries tremendous depth to that rear barrel, and she keeps that width all the way back through her hocks. And when viewed from the rear, she's got really high arch to that escutcheon, which hopefully she's going to have a high and tight rear udder once she does start developing that mammary system. And again, for a single entry, really good start.
Senior kid exhibited by Landon King. Remember, our first and second place will come back in for the champion unregistered and reserve champion. Next in, our senior yearlings. We should have 3 entries. All right, now we're going to be having Judge Campbell choose our champion and reserve champion unregistered. So we should have two, our first and second, and the junior kids. One entry for our intermediate kid, one for our senior kid, and 1 and 2 for our senior yearlings. So Brady Howard and Calvin Lee, come on in. Then Dylan Paul. Landon King, and then Chip Bain and Hallie Paul. There you go. Calvin, it's going to be a long walk if you just want to pick her up. Look at that goat walk. If you're just joining us, this is for our champion and reserve champion unregistered. The champion will come back in for our grand drive.
All right. So for our champion, or I guess our champion, unregistered does, I think there's two that are really in contention for this honor. And looking at those two and comparing them to their breeds and their size and stature and where they're at, I think there's one that for me just really exemplifies what it means to be dairy. The young man's Black Nubian standing here second from the end is going to be my champion unregistered today. For me, looking at the Nubian breed, she really exemplifies that with the long ears, the Roman nose, and like I talked about in class, could have been really good competition at senior. And then for to her, nothing to take away from the younger nose. He's Nigerian, then is going to be my reserve. Just comparing her to with the Nigerian breed, she really exemplifies that with a long, lean body, and talking about that in relation to our champion. Really good quality in our unregistered. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion registered doe exhibit Brandon King, your reserve, and by Bridget Bain. Now we have our champion breed winners, and I'm going to come back and for our grand champion junior dog drive. So we should have our champion Alpine, champion La Mancha, champion Nigerian, champion Nubian, champion recorded grade, Toggenburg, and unregistered. Hey, Brenna. Give that to them also. To the winner. First place. Brian. Our Grand Champion Junior Doe banners are both donated by Farm Credit Bluffton. We also just had donated for our Grand Champion Junior Doe, our Grand Champion Senior Doe, and our Grand Champion Nigerian Dwarf Goats, a $100 gift card by Rural King.
All right, let's go ahead and give all these exhibitors a big round of applause for being out there, champions of their respective breeds, and for me, representatives of each breeds that are exhibited here today. At the head of the line, we have our Alpine. A really stylish kid, was one of the first ones that I evaluated in this junior show. Really would like to change that front end just a little bit on her in terms of a little bit longer neck, blend a little bit smoother down in that front end. A young lady's La Mancha staying here second, really elegant, really dairy individual, probably in terms of bone work, probably the longest in relation to her age and her size, and then she's a really dairy individual. The Nigerian standing here third in line, like I talked about her when she came on, just a really stylish, huge eye appeal, naturally level across that top line, really exemplifies what I feel is an ideal Nigerian dwarf. The young lady with the Nubian standing here in the middle, when I talked about her and her respective classes, really close between her and the other yearling, but just looking at how the Nubian is presented here today, she's really stylish, she's really elegant, she's really square, and tremendously fits that breed to a T in my mind. The young lady's a recorded grade, that's a Sable and Sonic Cross, really big-bodied individual. Again, another dry yearling. One thing I would like to change about her a little bit is probably just that rear, her rear end a little bit, especially when on the move. She doesn't want to reach out as far her rear to really down and then really showcase off that rear leg set. The young man that's exhibiting the Toggenburg was the only one in here. Like we talked in class, we really like to fix her in terms of the area of the loin a little bit. She wants to dip down that loin that gives a little uneasy look when viewed from the side. But when you look at the other components, are really stylish. Individual, and then the young man's Nubian coming out of the unregistered. Like I told them, really good quality for the Nubian breed. And then top to bottom, looking at these individuals, I think there's two that are really close in my mind in terms of meeting their breed standards. And again, like I talked about in one of the other junior classes, that I'd be willing to take home and potentially start with the project. And for me, I think there's one, even really, no matter who the showman is on it, that really exemplifies that the Nigerian dwarf is going to be my champion junior today. When she came out in her class, she just really caught my eye, and when she came back out here, she caught my eye again, and just really, in terms of structure, really sound individual. And then for reserve, like I said, it was really close. A young lady with the Nubian here. She's going to be my reserve. Not normally a huge fan of Nubians, but when it comes to evaluating them, I think she's one that really exemplifies the breed, and one I'd be willing to try things out with at home as well. Top to bottom, good quality. Let's go ahead and give the viewers a big round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion, junior doe, Nigerian out of the Dunsons, is Lydia, your reserve grand champion by Evan Brubaker. Congratulations. We're going to take just a minute. We're going to be coming in with our Nigerian dwarf weather classes. All right, so now we're on our Nigerian dwarf wethers. These goats can be shown every year. They are basically the ambassador of the breed. So first in will be 2 entries for our 0 to 6 months. All right, this is our class of 0 to 6 month. We do want to thank Huntington University for our live stream, as well as those sponsors, Allen County Farm Bureau and the International Cultural Exchange Services. If you're just joining us, this is our Nigerian wether class. These are the ambassadors of the breed. They can be shown continually, every year coming back.
So with these Nigerian dwarf wethers, this was a new one for me when I judged this show for the first time. I don't know how many years ago, but learning that this is like a specialty here in Allen County every year, and that you guys get the opportunity to bring your Nigerian wethers back year after year. The more that I've started to judge this, the more I've appreciated the actual concept of bringing these guys back every year. And so it takes me to a different evaluation level, because if you're able to start bringing these back year in and year out, that they should almost be like companions in a way, to if you're station X, station Y, and then so like as we get older in these divisions, hopefully we start showcasing that. And these two are quite the interesting set when they came out here. The young man's here standing second, wanted to bolt, wanted to go, and the young lady standing up here at the head of the line had springs for back legs and just wanted to hop everywhere. But when they were over there side by side, him to relax a little bit. And the man standing here second, that collar was released, he wanted to go again. So for me, that's kind of a deciding factor with these two. So the young lady is going to be my first place today, and the young man is going to be second.
Congratulations. Our first place is Rieslyn Milanowski. Second place, Calvin Lee. Next in, we should have 4 entries for the 12 to 24 month. Remember, your first and second place, 0 to 6, will come back in for our first place will come in for our grand champion.
All right, so for this next class of our Nigerian wethers, when I had them side by side, like we talked about, the older they get, the more of a companion they should be. So when you relax, they should be able to want to stand still and really not move. And the young lady standing up here, the head of line, it was unique because when I asked him to relax completely, it's almost like he knew that he was going to set himself up. So he set his back leg square, set his front leg square, and then just stood there tall. The young lady's standing here in two, tried to venture out just a little bit more, and for me, between those two, that was probably the deciding factor between the two, just because he wanted to venture out just a little bit more. But again, this is just a unique class because when we start looking at these, we're not really based upon how much meat do they have, how are they structurally correct, this, that, and the other, but instead this is supposed to be a fun class and an ambassador for the class. And for these guys first came around, they were more of a quote pet type example. So when I go to evaluate it, that's how I look at them. And nothing to take away from the two standing here right now. They're standing pretty still, pretty cautious, like absolutely nothing's going to scare them. But top to bottom, really good quality. Excited to see the next class of older wethers.
All right, congratulations to Emerson Milikowski, and second is Lillian Zeidler. Harley Rose Griggs had 2 entries. All right, coming into your ring now are the 2 to 5-year-old Nigerian dwarf wethers.
Reminder, we'll have an over 5-year-old entry in the next class, and then we will be choosing our grand champion Nigerian dwarf goat wether. That banner is sponsored by Jennings Equipment, as well as the reserve grand champion Nigerian dwarf goat wether banner.
Go ahead and give this Nigerian weather's a big applause. So for me, the three up here at the head were the closest in contention in my mind for the winner of this class. As you guys saw when I went through, when they were in the first side-by-side line, I asked them to drop their leads and just allow their animals to stand there. And these three probably stood still the longest. And then when we brought them back together, when I pulled the three of them separately and did the exact same thing, looking and seeing whose goats would stand there. Because again, with this, it is supposed to be how well you've worked with these animals to see how much they trust you and how much they stand there with you and that kind of stuff. In my mind, and I think these three were definitely the top tier. And then so it started picking fine hairs between these three in terms of ease of walking, fighting the lead, and that kind of stuff. And I think that's where the three of them kind of separated themselves in terms of the ease of walking. So the young lady here at the head of the line is going to win this class because of that with her weather today. When I first went through and did the collar drop and her stood there the longest, he just stood chill like nothing was going to bother him in the world. So that's really awesome to see. The young man here with the tan weather and the young man with the white weather really close here. The deciding factor was at that last side-by-side, and yours wanted to leave first, and which again, it's just a little thing in the moment. But all together, top to bottom, really good quality animals for as old as they are. Let's give these exhibitors one round of applause. Got one more class and we'll pick your champion.
So now in, we should have an over 5-year-old wether. Following this class, Judge Campbell will be choosing your grand champion, Nigerian dwarf weather, and reserve champion. Those banners are both donated by Jennings Equipment. The grand champion will also receive a $100 gift card from Rural King.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our aged weather class, and really wish he could have had some competition out here just to really test his qualities and that kind of stuff. So excited to bring him back out for our champion lineup to compare him with the other weathers. Let's go and give him a round of applause, and let's bring back our first and second other classes.
All right, so first and second are 0-0, Reed Malinowski and Calvin Lee. Then we will have our 12-20 Emerson Milanowski and Lillian Zeidler. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. We just need our wait. No, go ahead. Who knows what I am. Next is our 2 to 5 year Bridget Bain, followed by Aiden Bain, and then our over 5-year-old by Calvin Lee.
All right, let's go ahead and give our Nigeria exhibitors a big applause. So for me, I think for my champion in reserve, I think it's like a trio of weathers that really exemplify in my mind what this whole purpose and whole scenario of these Nigerian weather classes are. It's my three weathers down here at the end of the line. My first place in my 3 to 5 year olds. My second place, my 3 to 5 year olds, and my aged weather. And nothing to take away from the younger ones. They've got a lot more years of practice to get to where these guys are. The big thing is when I start comparing these guys when on the move, when on the standstill, when I asked them to relax their leads, what they wanted to do in that cuff. I think there's my mind that really exemplified that. The young lady here, she's going to be my champion Nigerian weather today. And then for reserve, it's a little closer to the young man standing second to her in class and the young man standing here with the aged weather. And when we start looking at the differences, I think it's a really close pair between the two. And remembering back to the young man's class with our now champion and then the young man's here watching him walk around this last time, I am going to stick in that same class with the young man's brown weather. He is going to be my reserve today.
Congratulations, your grand champion Nigerian weather exhibited by Bridget Bain, and your reserve grand champion Nigerian weather exhibited by Aiden Bain. We are now going to be going into our mother-daughter class. Following our group class, we will be taking a short break, serving for showmanship. Mother-daughter class is a mother-daughter. In case I didn't say that right, mother and daughter. We'll be placing all 8 of those mother-daughter.
All right, so this is our mother-daughter pair. So the whole point of the mother-daughter pair is to look at the consistencies between the two and how the mother has shared her genetic makeup down to the offspring, while also at the same time seeing those improvements in the offspring from the dam. And so, like when we look at those, I think the Nigerian dweller up here exemplifies that, because like we talked about in class, like we talked about in their respective champions, because both pairs were at the champion lines, and very consistent in terms of types. When viewed from the side, extremely dairy individuals, very long individuals. Really excited to see what the Nigerian kid has in store in terms of system. No, it's only first freshening dam. Really excited to see that bone mature. And then it was a really close pair here between the two La Mancha pairings. Looking at the two, they both have dry kids standing directly behind them. But when we look at the consistencies in terms of lights and that kind of stuff, I'm gonna go ahead with this pair that's into, because of that maturity factor of the mom that we see closest to me, with that mammary system and the structure of that mammary system. And then you still see that long dairiness in the kid as well. You can see that kid is going to grow up to just as long, if not longer, at mom. This third place pair, again, a really close pair between those two. The mammary systems, I think from both class, is really what separated the pair. Just that way I can see a little bit better longevity or a futuristic standpoint between the Toggenburg pair here. Really resemble each other close in terms of body types. Excited to see a mammary system on that dry doe. Maybe it'll help with that loin and help her keep that loin up and make it a little bit more naturally level across that top. But ultimately, a really good pair. Those top four were really close and consistent. Just trying to be nitpicky here. Then we get to this Alpine pair here. Really similar in terms of body types. I see a little bit more general appearance strengths in the kid than what we see in the mom. And then if I recall, the mammary system wasn't as strong on the mom, so the mammary system improvement on that Alpine kid really exemplifies that pair as well. The Nubian pair standing here third from the end. There are some trade-offs amongst the two. I talked about them in class. The doe kid really exemplifies the maturity aspect for when its birthday was. Really fixed that rump structure than what we see on this mother standing closest to me. The Alpine pair standing here second at the end of the line. Vast improvements on the kid side of things, but for me, just not as similar on the mom side in terms of body types. And color pattern isn't really a thing, but in terms of structural correctness, that kid definitely has those advantages over the mom. So a very vast improvement in that daughter. And then the Nubian pair standing here at the end of the line, nothing to take away from them in relation to the pairs ahead, just a little bit more consistency factors amongst the dam to daughter, along with improvements as well.
All right, give them a hand. They're champion mother-daughter and reserve champion exhibited by Lydia Dyer. This is going to be our produce of dam. This is two daughters from the same mother. They may be different ages and they have different sizes. Okay, it's like this is your produce of dam, two daughters from the same mother, different ages and may have different sires.
All right, so like it was said for the produce to dam, they're supposed to have the same mothers and potentially different fathers. Both of these are same mother, same father pairs. So it's really intriguing to see genetics passed on. And for me, I think there's just a little bit more consistency in terms of type. In terms of skeletal makeup on the pair. Probably a little bit more improvements, kind of like with the dam and daughter scenario, is how I factored into these two in my mind, just because we do see a little bit longer, a little bit more dairy individual on the kid. The mother, nothing to take away from her. She's in her prime in terms of production, but we just see those minor improvements. It'd be exciting to see what this mammary looks like on this kid in the future to really compare the two. And then the Nigerian dwarf group down here standing second in line. Very similar, as you can tell by color makeup and color pattern. Definitely share that same makeup there. Really consistent, the likes and kinds. A little bit more in the daughter and the dam. Just not as dairy as the two individuals standing ahead of them today.
Champion Produce a Dam, exhibited by Tate Bonin. Reserve Champion by Brady Howard. Next in, we need our Get of Sire class. If we have some, we need you up to the gate. Following Get of Sire class, we will be taking a short break, so everybody can get ready for showmanship. We will start with our mini showmanship. All right, so here's our Get of Sire class. Two daughters from the same father, may be different ages and have different mothers.
All right, so for our Get a Sire class, again, same father, potentially different mothers, potentially different ages. And for this first group, it's the same mother, same father, and you could definitely tell with that in terms of skeletal structures. You look at rump structure, you look at overall general appearance. That is definitely there. The only thing that's drastically different between the two is obviously the color pattern amongst them. But once we start really looking at these very, very two consistent animals, in terms of overall structure, overall design. Really good pair to start off this Get a Sire class. This pair here in the middle, I really contemplated between them and the Nigerian group here at the end of the line, but the pair here in the middle, he just does a little bit better in terms of keeping that consistency in body type. Also, the same thing in terms of skeletal makeup, keeping that width between the hocks, width between the chest floor, and overall length of body amongst the pair. And then with our Nigerian group down here at the end of the line, again, just not as consistent as the doe standing, but still a really good set of pairs to end our Get a Sire class.
Congratulations. Your champion Get a Sire, exhibited by Tate Bonin, as well as your reserve champion. Now we're going to take a 10-minute break so that our showman participants can get ready. So 10 minutes. So our mini 4-H need to be here at 1:36.
Check 1 2. 1 2.
The girls are just like, All right, we're going to be getting ready. We're going to have our mini 4-Hers line up over at the ring. We'll give the judge one more bite of his sandwich. Check your text. All right, we're going to get started. We're going to have our mini 4-Hers.
All right, let's go ahead and give our mini 4-Hers a big round of applause. So with minis, I always like this portion of showmanship, just because I get to see what the future has in store for our dairy project. Because for me, I've been involved with dairy goats, like my bio says, for every bit of 20 plus years. And I know Beth made the joke that it says I'm 25, but I'm a little bit older than that. So 20 is kind of a stretch, but I've had goats in my name and been in the goat industry since I was about 3 or 4 years old. So with this, it's really been exciting to see. So when I get to work with the youth and work with kids this age, I just get to ask them how old are, how close they are to being for it. If they know the goat that they're handling, if it's a boy or girl. And then if it's a boy or girl, to ask them what its name is and that kind of stuff. But for me, I really look at showmanship basics for these, and all three of these individuals did a tremendous job. The biggest thing is just always making sure that you know where I'm at all times. I caught a couple of you switching late, which again, for this side, it's totally A-okay. But always make sure you know where the judge is at, and then when you go to set up your animals, make sure it's set up to the best it can. So let's go ahead and give these minis a big round of applause. All three of them are going to win this age division for being able to come and showing their names and sharing knowledge with me this afternoon.
Congratulations, and we have a ticket to use Allen County. Sorry, the rest of you just get to show. All right, next in, we are going to go in with our junior division showmanship. We're going to be placing 3 of these in each class and in the overall. The winner will come in at the end for our overall.
All right, let's go to this age division of showman a big applause. So as I progress in older divisions, you guys will notice I'm going to take a little bit more time because for me, showmanship is where the kids get to know the most about the project. They get to know the most about the ins and outs of their animals and that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to give away too many clues or pointers and that kind of stuff, as the group I'm looking forward to working with is that senior group, because I always work seniors a little bit harder than the rest, just because they are supposed to be the examples. But for here for our youngest division and what would be, I guess, our regular 4-H group, there are some excellent individuals from top to bottom. And I told these individuals out here, especially with this being their first year or first couple years, when I went to ask them questions, do not be afraid to tell me that you do not know. Okay, because my job is not to hurt you for not knowing. My job is to be out here and to teach you something about the project. And for me, answering questions right or wrong doesn't really, I mean, it affects who I pick, but like if you want to learn more and you honestly do not know, I really don't count that against you. I count it against you when you think you know the part and you point to the wrong area, and then that's when things start going south for an exhibitor. And that's where it went south with me when I was younger as well. But with this age division, there are 3 individuals for me that just set themselves honestly miles apart from the rest of the kids in here, and I believe that they are also some of the older kids in here. But when it comes down to it, these 3 kids were really knowledgeable about the parts. One was probably a little bit more cleaner than the other. One was probably, in terms of setup, always had the animal set up to the best of its ability. And then the other ones were like, it's like time to split hairs between the 2 on who I want. But I do pick 3, correct? I pick 3. All right, so for this, so for me, like I said, with the 3 that really set themselves apart, they're going to be my 3. And for my winners, can be Anthony up here to head in. For me, they always had his dead up just about as perfect as she could be. He was really knowledgeable about the parts. He didn't give me no crap when it came to asking body parts questions, which for me I really showed his comments. And I did catch him once being on the wrong side, but I think it's because I caught him in a weird spot as he was setting up his animal. But in terms of setting up to the best advantage, that young man definitely did a really good job. And then for my second and third, this is where it gets really, really close. I think in my mind, I think one just comes to where it's set up a little bit more than the other. A young lady standing here in the middle with the La Mancha, she's going to be my second place individual today. Caught her a couple of times with her animal not really set up the most ideal, like the young man that won the class, but very knowledgeable about her, was very kind in what she was doing, just has that true showman mentality. So kudos to her. And then the young lady down here at the end of the line with the Nubian is going to be my third place individual. Again, between the 2 young ladies in terms of setting up the animal and the best their advantage. Top to bottom, though, I give you credit for coming out here doing showmanship. Let's give these young exhibitors a big round of applause, and let's look forward to the next class.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman, and we'll be returning to come back in, and congratulations. Next in is going to be our intermediate division, and anyone who is 4th or 5th grade that previously won junior. If you're just joining us, this is the intermediate dairy goat showmanship class. We just finished up junior goat. That plaque was donated by Jennings Equipment of Janet. And our junior showman, who will be coming in for overall, was Landon King.
All right, let's go ahead and give these intermediate exhibitors a big round of applause. So again, the more I go into showmanship, the more I work with these kids. So you guys will notice a trend that I add one new element, or this time I guess I added two new elements. From what I do with the younger group, and then seniors are going to get another element as well. But very similar to the younger group, I asked them all what breeds they have. I asked them all general knowledge about the breed and what they should know. Then I had them switch animals. I had them describe to me what animal they had, describe the breed. Qualifications are associated with that said breed in order for them to not be able to be shown underneath their breed standard. And then we did the different maneuvers, the two different maneuvers, the side by side, and then the head to tail maneuver. And with all of that encompassed into one aspect, I think there's two individuals that separated themselves from the rest of the group, and then I think there's one individual that separated themselves from the remaining. Top to bottom, really good showmanship, really pleased with some of the answers that I got. Stumped a couple in terms of a couple questions that I asked. This is a learning experience for everybody here. So with that being said, winner of this age division, the young lady with the Alpine, stand down here at the end. She's just a little bit crisper in terms of her knowledge about the animals. She really knows her breed really well. And then when I had her switch, she set up the animal to its advantage. It was able to describe to me what that would be. And then a close second, the young lady sitting here second. The thing that separated the two of them was probably just the knowledge piece in terms of disqualifications and that kind of stuff, but really knowledgeable. I really like the way you present yourself and present your animals. And then the person that comes out in third today will be the young lady who's La Mancha standing down here at the end of the line. Again, crisp in terms of showing in terms of setting up animals its advantages, but overall a really good quality showman. And when she got on the other animals, she was really able to set up. Nothing to take away from the two men that are still standing here in line. Just crisp up a little bit more knowledge about your about the breeds fix, and then just make sure that they're set to the best advantage. But overall, good quality at the bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause, and then let's bring out the seniors.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate showman, Haley King. Second was Howard, and third was Felicity Emmerich. Haley will be coming back in for the overall. Right now we have our senior division grades 9 through 12, and anyone who won in the intermediate division in the last couple of years. If you're just joining this is the senior showmanship portion of our showmanship show. Following the winner of this class, then we'll bring all of our overall winners, previous winners, plus our junior and intermediate winners from today. you're just joining us, we're wrapping up our 2021 Dairy Goat Show here at the Allen County Fair. Our judge today is Skylar Campbell from near Indiana. He's been raising and showing dairy goats for 20 years. He graduated from Purdue in 2016 and currently one of the ag teachers at Columbia City High School. He's been teaching there for 6 years. Right now we're in our senior showmanship, so once the winner is chosen, we will have our junior and intermediate winners, as well as any of our previous overall winners, into the ring for the Dairy Goat Showman and our participant in today's Showman a Showman contest. Our Dairy Goat Showmanship is donated by Clint Jennings. Also, just a reminder, our grand champion and reserve grand champion senior does in milk. So Lydia Dyer and Gwen Brubaker, we need to know within an hour after the show of planning to sell a milk product in the auction on Monday.
All right, let's go ahead and give these senior showmen a big round of applause. So top to bottom, I think this is a really good group of seniors, and as a county, I would be pretty happy with the group of senior showmen that you guys have presented me today. Really quality, good quality from top to bottom. When I went and talked to each one of the individuals, it's definitely unique on how we see animals and how we want to evaluate or change our animals the best that we can. I know there's some of us that's probably worked a little bit harder today than some of us in here just because his goat hasn't wanted to walk. And I joked with him at one of the sides. I told him if he wanted to work out, he definitely got his workout in today. But overall, top to bottom, even with that aside, when his animal would walk and when I would talk with each one of the members out here, very knowledgeable, especially for some that aren't maybe nearly as experienced within the goat industry and what they want to see or what they like to see or change about each one of the animals out here. So, like I said, I had a twist into every single one, and with 10 of them out here, I really didn't feel it was quite appropriate to switch animals within this group. So what I did is I went ahead and asked them an advantage and disadvantage of their animal that they liked, and then I just simply pointed at a random animal out here, and they had to tell me an advantage and disadvantage an animal which I was asking about, and for that disadvantage, how they would go about fixing that. And again, I'm not going to give away too much more because I know we still have our Supreme Showman round to go through, which I still got one more trick in my bag. So we'll see how they do with that one as well. But overall, top to bottom, again, I'd be very happy, very pleased with every single one of these. So let's seniors, one more big round of applause, and then I will pick our senior representatives, which for me, I think I know I got to pick 3, but I think there are 4-ish in here that really separate themselves from their peers class. And the 2 individuals that I think are at the top of the line first and second are splitters in terms of like in terms of what you like style-wise, what knowledge-wise, answer you're looking to certain assertions, so on and so forth. But these 2 individuals for me, they've impressed me all day. Impressed me even here today. So with that, with my senior showman is going to be the young lady, the black Nigerian. She did a really excellent job in terms of displaying that animal. She did pick up a little bit from her class on what I like to teach. There is one thing that I kind of agree with that I thought about, quote unquote, punishing for, but at the end of the day, I did keep them out here for a while, and it's her memory system. Just doesn't really have a system yet. So with that, she does have a good potential for that. But overall, top to bottom, really tremendous, really knowledgeable about her breed. And then second to her is the young lady with the Nigerian weather, 4th in line. She is going to be second today. And again, between those 2 is really splitting hairs. It's really just minor preferences. And for me, I think the young lady that was first just did a better job of setting up things at all time. But she definitely, the young lady with the weather, knew what she was looking for, described the animals as accurately as I probably could have when I pointed to the random animal. And then my 3rd place individual is going to be the young man with the Nubian standing here. Very pleased with his showing style. He really knows the breed. He knows the terminology. Just probably not as crisp in terms of showing as the 2 ladies ahead of him today. But overall, top to bottom, really good group of seniors. Let's give this group one more big round of applause, and then I'll go into
All right. Congratulations, our champion senior showman, Lydia Dyer. 2nd place, Bridget Bain. 3rd place, Dylan Paul. Now, we need our junior showman, Landon King, our intermediate showman, Haley King, Lydia Dyer, and any previous winners.
All right, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause. For me, I think I did what I was supposed to do as a judge for showmanship and make my job a little bit harder for this premier showman. And then when we had two young ladies that are standing up here at the head of the line come in as previous winners, and then when we compare them to the three winners that I picked today, it was a really, really good quality showmanship class, even down the young man with the Nubian. Very, very pleased with the quality of showmen that I've been able to see today. And I've been very pleased with the quality of animals. So if you guys could, I know this is my last class, if you guys could give the table and the leaders of this a big round of applause for on a good show, for helping these kids out all throughout the year. It's been an honor to come back to Allen County and judge your guys' animals for you, and ultimately work with youth and showmanship, as I feel that showmanship is my strongest be, just because when I was younger and when I was in their shoes, I took so much pride in showmanship. And this is the true testament of how we know the effect. It doesn't matter if $50 on a doe, $250 on a doe, or $2,000 on a doe. Showmanship, I think, is where we really learn about the project. We learn about our animals. We learn what we like. We learn what we don't like, so on and so forth. So for me, I always take a little bit of extra in the showmanship classes. And these five individuals out here, I think, have really exemplified their age divisions and the previous winners. So let's go ahead and give these showmen another big round of applause. I feel that I have pretty much tested them on everything that I know from a showmanship perspective, what I would like to see as a producer of dairy goats, and knowing the goods, the bads, how to properly demonstrate or showcase my animal to the best of its abilities, and then also accurately describe them. And there's a couple out here that use the terminology that I feel is for their own animals a little bit better than how I describe them in class. But ultimately for showmanship, that's why I want to see, because they get to see these animals day in and day out, and I get to see them for 6 hours that I saw today. So with that, I'm very pleased with these five, and I know that these five are going to continue doing great things. I know we've got a couple returning. I know the young lady, this is her last year as well, and the two younger members. Be very, very pleased where you are at. I know I can't make every single one of you happy by making you the Supreme Showman winner, but be very proud of where you're at this point of the game, and know that some of you've got some years to go. So I get the honor of placing 3. It's probably the hardest decision I've had to make all day for showmanship, because I put it all on myself in terms of making this the hardest class to fully evaluate. But I think there's one individual that really separates themselves from the others in terms of showing ability, in terms of describing the animal that they have, having the animal that they were on when we switched, and really just overall general knowledge of the project. It's the young lady with the dog. She's going to be my champion today. In for what would be reserve, and I guess third overall, the young lady standing here at the Alpine is going to be my reserve. Very close between the two. I know I didn't get to work them in class, so I tried working them here in the Premier Showman. Those two, there's a reason why they are in the previous winner category, for a reason to come back as showman, and they showed that today. It's really close between you two girls, and I know you girls have talked in the classes today. You guys are really competitive with one another. Congratulations on that. And then for my third overall, really close, but I think one just steps and separates themselves, the young lady with the Nigerian. She's going to be my third overall today. Just the maturity, the older knowledge, I guess. Probably not the terminology that I would probably use, but knows what she wants. She does a very good job at showing. Nothing to take away from the two young people here at the end. You guys have a whole bunch of years to go. You guys blew me out the way you dressed your animals, just a little bit quicker, a little bit more knowledgeable ahead. Congratulations to all 5 of you. Thank you guys again for allowing me to come and evaluate. I will be here for a little bit, so if you guys have any questions, concerns, I'll be here to address any that I possibly can. Thanks again.
Congratulations, our overall dairy goat showmanship participant, Gwen Brubaker. Followed our second place is Tayton, and third place is Lydia Dyer. Let's give a special hand to our judge, Skylar Campbell. Thank you so much. Also, Lydia Dyer and Gwen Brubaker, reminder, we need to know if you are selling a goat milk product in the auction.